Okay, hey, welcome to the stream. Mostly on time. I got a little distracted because I was looking at thing about GitHub and uh, deciding how I want to do this because I think today, as per description, you should have seen the description already. I'm just gonna go ahead and decide to do uh, a separate project for the layout tool. And I also think that's fire. I also think that I don't want to deal with forking or cloning or branching or whatever repository because I don't really want it linked to the other thing. So I still have the changes, obviously, on the original repository because it's still up there, and I'm actually still going to be using it. I'm going to be using the editor version to make pages, and then do the separate layout tool thing. So okay, so let's see. Did I take my taurine? I took taurine earlier. Maybe I don't need it. Um. Okay, so let's see something here. Um. Let me see something there. That was a okay. General. Okay. Um. Hold on a sec. Okay, so to reacquaint you with the problem, assuming that you were listening or watching previous dates, should also need to get up on my editing. I haven't been really because now I edit every 2 weeks, or I basically make a video for every 2 weeks of dev, or 10 days of dev. So so now I got more time and I've been slacking in my editing. But any case, that's not really important. The second, what's important is um what do I want to do? Do I want to Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and favorites. Let's open that, new tab. Let's open that, and a new tab. Let's start this up. Um, I'm on desktop now, right? Yeah, I'm in desktop. Okay, good. Um, welcome. I know it's not very professional, but then again, I'm not a very professional guy, so I don't doubt I'll ever be. I'll even doubt that this is gonna get any better than what it is. And how come something went wrong? Reloading the page. Okay. Welcome, everyone. See if that's gonna work this time. There we go. That did work this time. Okay. Okay. Actually, I didn't pull this up. Not that it's strictly necessary. Um, but I do like to make sure that everything is kind of working okay. In fact, let's see if I can hear myself. Yep, I guess I can't hear myself just fine. In fact, let's go ahead and mute that, which means all the YouTube will be muted until I unmute it. Unfortunately, it gets annoying, but that's the way that goes. And okay, good. And we're back. Okay, good. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to delete layout tool. I'm going to delete that. So let's close it. Let's go to layout tool.scene, delete, remove. And let's go ahead and do a cold restart. I'm doing cold restart on purpose just to make sure that the it's working okay. Okay, everything's working okay. And 2D, and everything's working okay. So I decided I'm going to go ahead and make a separate deal for the layout tool. In fact, I will do that on the second half later today after my break. And for 2 hours, we're just going to be diving into making story cards, and hopefully everything's working fine. You know, I don't know for sure if everything is going to be good or looking good, but we'll see. And yeah. And then later today, I'll actually. But what I'm actually going to do, I don't want to deal with forks and all that stuff. Whenever I do stuff that's proper, like especially in the midst of the GitHub, and really it happens to do with anything that I try to do, that there's like a proper way of doing something or whatever. It's just a big bunch of big mess, and so I just do a simple thing. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and copy the copy the folder, rename it. I'll delete the Git stuff, the Git folder. Then I'll go to GitHub Desktop and create a new repository called Layout Tool, and I'll probably create it as a repository once I get once I rename things, Layout Tool and all that. Once I get rid of the lines and stuff and all this stuff. So really, what the big deal was that tool scripts, they're finicky. Being able to modify the editor to help you to do stuff uh, is cool and it works. But if you're trying to do two separate projects, that's not going to work so well. I was having the problems because it was trying to access stuff on the layout tool scene when uh, uh, there's nothing under it, when there's not a good deal to do with it, and when they're doing duplicate deals, and there's some sort of weird thing about the numbering or reference counting or something, some weird thing where it there's some sort of weird mismatch, and that was causing all those errors basically. So I was trying to access stuff that wasn't working right. And so I just realized, that's the layout tool, the editor tool scripts and stuff is really cool for a single project, a single type of project. And that's actually not true because uh, I could go ahead and make this into the layout tool. But the reason I am doing it separately is because this this works already like this, and I want to completely redo how I do the lines, the door visuals, and I want pathing, and I want there's some stuff I want to do, and I figured it would be better if I just did it in a proper app, right? Like a game or whatever. Um, but I'll have to add like camera, and I have to add a few things, just so that it doesn't do anything weird, because with the tool scripts it's kind of weird because you're literally manipulating it in real time. You're messing with memory, you're messing with things in real time, and that's prone to error. And it's not because there's anything wrong with the tool script in general. There isn't it's not working wrong. It's not like it's buggy or something, but it introduces bugs, or it has bugs if you don't do things a certain way, and really just means being exclusive. Because of the fact that it was that it updates and it keeps running. So it was running the scripts, even though it was attached to the editor map. and not the layout tool. The layout tool is just a class. It still ran. So if it ran, it's expecting exclusive script or exclusive node or whatever. Or that how should I say that? I'll say it differently. Um, it it runs for everything everywhere. It doesn't matter if there's a script attached to it. Really, it'll still run, right? And of course, it'll run properly with it being attached. If it's not attached, then the script won't run on it. But they still run. It still runs in memory in the editor. It still does stuff. It still tries to access stuff, right? So I just figured, because that's prone to errors and stuff, I should just go ahead and bite the bullet, make them separate projects, and this is unlikely to change anytime soon. The rooms and stuff will, because in fact I'll probably copy them over. I'll probably manually copy over the rooms and everything to the other folder um, for the layout tool version. And eventually, the layout tool version is going to be the one I'm going to use because it'll have all the drawing stuff and everything that I need in there, and it won't be messing with the editor. It won't be using this buttons. They'll have their own buttons, um, and I won't be using a plugin or any of that stuff. Eventually, it will just you'll just run the scene. You'll run it, and it'll work. And I might even make in the layout tool. I might even make that the main scene. I don't know. I don't know if it should leave it as is because right now it's the game, right? If you hit play, you're playing the game. You're not playing the editor. But when I have a layout tool scene, you're gonna hit run current scene or run specific scene, whatever, and it's gonna run this in particular. So you'll still be able to uh, hey lunatic, edit on me for the next 30 minutes or so for your information work meetings. Okay, no problemo. I'm just saying if lunatic edit's not hearing what I'm saying, no problem. In fact, you can come in here whenever you want. You don't have to come in here. So don't think it's obligation just because we're in the in Greggy's Discord and stuff. So, but I like it when anybody joins up the stream, even just idling. And idling still registers as somebody watching it, basically. So that's whenever you see Rook in the stream or in the channel in YouTube, he's basically putting me on in the background when he comes home from work, and so half the time he probably doesn't even listen or anything or pay attention. But it's just the fact that it's in there in the background that it still registers as being watched, which is cool. I guess it adds to my watch time a little bit, but still need to figure out ways of getting people to come to the stream. I really have no clue how to do that. Um, a lot of the word that I'm hearing these days is that you need to actually create videos, regular videos, and then to bring people to your stream, right? And then then when it comes to making videos, it's not devlog, and it's just funny because there's quite a few people that do devlogs on YouTube. They're fairly successful, and I don't really understand what they're doing that makes them that successful, other than being good. Because most of them that I watch or that I see are actually really good, and I don't mean those stupid like what was it, Danny or who was it, Blackthorn Productions or anyways, those guys that try to be funny. That I made Flappy Bird in 3D in 24 hours, kind of thing. And then they put a bunch of memes and then fast talking, and they act like they're funny, and some of them are entertaining, I'll admit. But those aren't the actual real devlogs. The real devlogs are like Thin Matrix and what's this Duck Dev, or I forget his name now. Um, and the guy that does that's making Blood Thief. Blood Thief looks really cool, by the way. Um, and some of these guys, they're actual real devlogs, and some I don't really know how they managed to make them and make the quality, and still make it about what they did, and still find time to record and find the right places to record, and get whatever out. Now, if you're doing like a once a month or deal, then probably I could probably handle that. I could probably make a deal. Right now, I'm just taking at the end of my streams, I do a little recording and just kind of show the progress I made that day. And it's not there's no B-roll footage or anything in it. It's just showing some results of like what I did. And now that might be interesting to keep up to date with how progress on the project is going. They're not very interesting either. I found out. In fact, my more interesting ones were the ones I had to do like massive editing. Were the ones where I recorded. I literally recorded the whole stream on my hard drive, and then I had like 3 or 4 hours of footage to kind of screw around with, mess with. And so I try to cram everything in there, and those are the ones to me that are seem to me to be satisfying. In other words, I'm kind of proud of them, sort of, which means I think that more people would like these ones because they could tell that I put in a lot of work and I really got it down. But those things like take forever, and so if I'm trying to do progress, um, you know, I can't be spending all the time editing videos, right? I got to make a game, that and what I was going to do traditionally was just I was going to record. I wasn't going to stream. I was just going to record my development, and then go back and edit them into update videos, kind of like what I'm doing, sort of. Um, but where they'd have where it'd just be the videos I'm updating, right? But because I do so many of them, uh, that's not very feasible. Although right now, because I'm doing the every 2 week deal now, uh, it might be a lot more feasible now if I recorded off the stream. But that's still, it's like 4 hours a day for 10 days. That's like 40 hours, 40 hours of footage to edit down into like 10 minutes or something, or 20 minutes even. That's a big, you know. Let's see, what was that? 4 hours for 10 days. Yeah, 4 hours for 10 days. That'd be 40 hours. Yeah. 40 hours of footage, that's just tremendous amount of time. It just take me forever. That's why some of these guys have their had editors, and why they're the main the main people that stream are the people that play games, because playing games, they don't have to do anything. There's nothing. For one thing, they don't have to build. They're not trying to build a project. They're not trying to build something or create something. They're just they're just reacting to. They're playing a game or whatever. And I'm not saying it's not work to do it, but they do this thing. People like their personality. They have maybe they have a few gimmicks. They have maybe some sort of a device that allows them to back up and record certain moments. Um, you know, if you have a rolling thing, I think OBS has a thing, which I haven't used yet, but where it'll record up to 30 seconds, like the previous. I guess it's always recording, and so it when you hit it, it pulls up to the last like 30 seconds or a minute or something of footage, and then saves it, and which can be useful. And so the gaming streamers use this thing to record their their moments when they killed somebody, or got this impossible shot, or did this impossible trick or something, or just in general owned somebody or whatever. And so then they can actually pull up these deals, and then they give these clips to an editor, and an editor handles the editing. All they have to do is play a game and be funny, right? A game developer develops a game first and foremost, right? And even though I'm trying to, I want to make the YouTube channel the the center point, or the, how do I say it, the important point. Um, I still have to make a game. I mean, it's not that the game is less important. important than the video is. But it's to to make the YouTube channel successful uh a deal. I have to make the game to do that. In other words, um, they're basically of equal importance, really. In my case, I can't do one without the other. If I don't do the YouTube thing at all, then I have to do what most people do. I have to worry about marketing. I have to worry about maybe making money off of the game. I could still release it for free if I wanted to, if I was a hobbyist, you know. And eventually, I don't want to just I want to make some money, uh, so that maybe it'll pay for my internet. Like I said, I'm almost out of money for internet right now, and um, I'm trying to see if there's a way I can make this kind of pay off, you know. Um, so so if I didn't do the if I didn't do the YouTube at all, um, I would be trying to seek a way to make money elsewhere, which again might be making my game. Now, traditionally, you spend a couple of years on a game. You don't have to always spend a couple of years. It depends on the complexity and whatever. You have to worry about like making your Steam page, just marketing it in general. Actually, producing devlogs as part of your marketing deal. You know, um, and what I mean is if I wasn't doing YouTube, I'd still be doing YouTube basically. So I'd still be doing it anyways. But in this case, it's actually more important because I want people to watch me make the game, and I want to be the important part, so that maybe I can release the game for free. I'm still thinking about releasing this game for free. I'm showing all the behind the scenes stuff. You know the whole story if you watch the whole thing. Now, obviously, you're not going to watch the whole thing. Even if you're a really dedicated fan, you're not going to always be watching every single day because not only do you have life and stuff, but even if you didn't, even if let's just say let's say you're a college student and you have a few months before you do anything, before you decide to, before you go to the next year of college or, like a summer vacation kind of thing, or before you decide to go out and get a real job, and maybe you're still living with your parents, and nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying anything about whether or not you live with your parents. The truth of it is, you live with your parents when you're high school. When you go to college, sometimes you leave, and other times you don't. In fact, these days, the more people are staying home than are leaving. And I don't mean the 40-year-olds that always live in mom's basement and don't ever do anything. I just mean just regular people because tuition's ridiculous, and basically it's kind of a big pain in the butt. And and what was I getting at? I don't know what I was getting at. Um, so so basically, uh, okay. So let's say you just got you graduated high school, and you're still deciding what to do with your life, whether you're going to go to college, whether you're going to get a job. Um, Maybe you don't have a job, like even like a part time or a whatever, a minimum wage, and you're just deciding. And then you stumble upon this, and you're a real fan of what I'm doing. Um, um, Even you wouldn't spend every waking hour, or every single day at the same time, watching the whole stream. You know, 3 or 4 hours every single weekday. Even you wouldn't necessarily do that. You might do that sometimes, and other times you might be playing games. You might be deciding your future. You might be whatever. You know, and why was I even saying this? I don't know. See, that's I got ADHD, so I started doing stuff and then I start going off and whatever. Um, anyways, the the YouTube thing here is important to me, and so I'm not focusing on marketing a game or making a selling game. I'm making a game I want to make, I would like to play, kind of thing, and I'm showing all the behind the scenes stuff for people that like watching that stuff. You know, if you're the guy that pops in the special features and watches the audio commentaries and the behind the scenes footage, and just because you like it, even if you're never gonna like become like a director or writer or something, you know, even if you're not going to make movies, but you still like watching that, this is for you. You know, if you like hearing stories about the old days of where they had to literally copy floppies from their home computers in their kitchen, and then they had to package them into little baggies, and then they had to actually go to different local software stores and sell them these games, or get somebody to put up the games for them. Um, if you like that sort of stuff, then you'll like this. I'm not even saying that I have this great history in that you're gonna like that like you like this. I'm just saying if you're the kind of person that likes reading about that or hearing about it, I used to love hearing about just the old computers and what Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak did, and what Bill Gates did. And yes, even Bill Gates. I think he's a horrible, evil person right now. But I used to love reading and watching stuff about how they made stuff, how they come up with stuff, what they did, and all that stuff. And so that's the kind of thing I like. I'm the kind of guy that goes to arcade and sometimes will watch somebody play a game because somebody else is better than I am at the game. But I enjoy watching them play the game and like kicking butt, right? Fighting games and stuff. I used to go when I went to the arcade. I'd play the games when I was run out of quarters or nickels, nickel arcade. I'd go and watch other people play it, basically. Um, and I've always been kind of been that way. I like watch. Sometimes I like watching people play games. In fact, I'm surprised that I don't actually watch people's let's plays or whatever, or their game live streaming, because I generally like watching some of those things. And but because I'm like almost 50, and I'm old now, and I don't have as much time anymore, and I got to do stuff. I can't spend my time watching people play games. It's just not a reality for me right now. But anyways, that's my target audience are people that like watching people make games, basically, or that like watching people make stuff. In this case, you could say games or movies, even though I'm not making a movie. There's a lot of crossover discipline and a lot of interest. So this is different than watching somebody's woodworking project. Although I literally love watching woodworking projects and stuff. I love watching maker stuff. I love watching um, just stuff like that. People making stuff of any kind. Making art, making games, making movies, making furniture, um, building stuff, creating stuff. That's what I like watching. And I hope that anybody that ends up becoming a fan of my streams, um, that's what they like too. And that's really kind of be my target audience. But anyways, to get back to this thing where I know I'm spending too much time talking, but it's not like there's hardly anybody in here anyways. That's part of my problem right now. I have here. Let's check the restream. Let's see what it says. There's like one person here, um, and I don't even know what counts as one person because I've got the stream on YouTube open in a tab. Lunatic Edit is supposedly in. He's just a guy that from Discord and that makes games and stuff. But his day job. He's in like meetings or whatever. So, but he's supposedly has me up on. In other words, he came into the stream, and supposedly he's idling there, muted, so he can't hear what I say, but um, because he's like in meetings or whatever. But so like on the one hand, you're kind of going, well, maybe you should stop talking so much and start getting back to work, and maybe more people would actually watch. Well, maybe, but then again, nobody's coming in here. I haven't heard anybody say lately that, I did hear a couple of times when I was posting links to the streams in IRC and maybe a Discord or two. A few places where people were saying, you know, you're not doing anything, and most of the time you're just talking, and you're on break, or you know you're streaming whenever I catch it, or whatever. It's probably bad timing, partly, but it's like, so on the one hand you could say, well, if you were starting to really work and starting to do stuff there, maybe you get more people. And then the other hand, it's just like, well, nobody's coming in here anyway, so what's it matter if I start going off on a tangent and start, you know, jibber jabbering away, you know, because nobody's going to watch it anyways. Maybe somebody will see it on the recordings on YouTube um, after the fact, and I suppose it'll be kind of boring to them. But then, if you're doing it after the fact, you can jump around. You can fast forward to a point where I am actually developing. Anyways, you know, this is like a lifelong thing, or it's not going to take the rest of my life necessarily, but it's a long time, like a long time deal. It's not like I'm going to be finished tomorrow. Even if I worked, you know, nonstop, even if I was streaming 8 hours a day for, you know, 7 days a week, you know, it still it still would take a long time to get this finished. So it's not like I don't know. I don't know what I'm getting at. All I'm saying is I got to find a way of getting people more interested in coming into the stream. If I got more people in here and got a little bit more interaction. Now, if you can't, that I don't have a problem with somebody that has a day job, has obligations, that maybe they want to play games with their free time, and they don't necessarily want to spend all the time watching the stream. I don't mind. You know, you do what you like. That's fine. You know, I'm not gonna force anybody to watch the streams or whatever, or beg per se. But at the same time, I still want to find a way of getting people coming in here. If they come in here and they start chatting and stuff, then you know, things really go. I think, like I said, I think the difference this time between this time and the like I 5 years ago when I was trying to do videos. In fact, I was trying not to edit them. I was recording them sort of like live streams, and then I recorded some like drawing or whatever I was doing, tutorial or something, and then I play it sped up in VLC, so I didn't have to edit anything. And those are all like I have 600 videos. You can watch them all. They're boring as heck, I guess. I mean, I figure they must be boring, right? They're about 20 minutes, I think, 15, 20 minutes or something. And nobody watches them. They don't get hardly any views at all, right? Um, Maybe if this ever takes off, maybe they'll go back and start watching those previous streams and go, "Oh wow," and maybe they'll be interested in them. I don't know. Um, but I don't know. I need something. I need some way of getting people to actually start coming in here. Well, anyways, what I was saying is the difference between then and now is I'm showing progress. I'm making progress. I have a plan. Um, you know, I have a goal. Even though I don't really have a definitive timeline, that's something I kind of should have on the one hand. On the other hand, it never goes to the timing that you have. Even if you give yourself tons and tons of time, you know, I expected this phase one to take only a month or something, right? I already had within a few hours, I already had the whole or well, let's say in a week. You know, in a week I had the whole engine, quote unquote engine of the game already done and working, and it works fine for what it is. Um, but the rest of the stuff is the thing that's going to take forever, right? So yeah, I don't know. So it's like I expected this to take a month, and then I said, okay, 4 months, and then now it's like this might take a year to finish this stupid thing. I'm only on the third or fourth location. You know, there's like 44 locations. And by that I just mean I have the location numbers. Like, okay, so these are the JSON. Uh, Make sure I'm running right. Am I running YouTube and audio is working and everything? Okay, good. So here at home, this is the stuff that happens at here at home. And there's 14 of these, right? But I have 44 um, quote unquote locations. Um, 42 Castle Throne Room, 43 Castle North Terrace, 44 Catwalk Battlefield. Some of these are similar, some of these are separate deals, and honestly, this is going to be subject to change here. In fact, I'll be changing it manually. But I have like 96 pages or 90 was it 94 pages, 94 pages, and technically 44 locations. And right now I am on location. I'm just barely in location number 3, Cerulean, right? So it's like I'm like less than 10% of my total uh total progress. If you if you took well, let's just say 50, even though it's like almost 100, but 50. And so every 5 locations is 10%, right? So right, so every approximately every 5 location deals is about 10%. So what I got here, I got like 3% here, basically done. So you're gonna see how long that takes. That's just gonna take forever. It just is, and there's nothing I can do about it. I just got to do it and not worry about it. Um, yeah, and then also maybe if I can get a system going about how to make these, maybe I can start cranking them out because the writing of the pages wouldn't take that long, honestly. You know, I could do several locations here before I got done, right? Anyways, let's get to some work here because I've got until 1:30, so I got less than an hour and a half to get some of the stuff done, and we'll see where we go from here, right? Okay, so let's reread. Here, I'm actually gonna reread the page over here. As soon as John utters the magic words, and actually, it's kind of cool because I did get Cerulean done. Well, I didn't get Cerulean done as far as like Zanzibar is later on, and that's like not until like several pages down the line. So before I actually get done with Cerulean, but you can almost say um, we're just about done with Cerulean, which is 3, which is good. Because now we're switching to Chester in the Caves of Dragonmount. So John enters a magic bridge. Portal appears in front of them. Inside the portal is what appears to be inside of a train cabin. Various people sitting. Being utterly amazed, John decides to step through, and then the portal closes behind him. Meanwhile, Dragon is seen in the sky. Um, and actually, let's do this and let's make sure that I can skies above Enchanted Lands. Okay, and let's go ahead and save room data. Uh, did it say? Did I? I don't know if I did it or not. I think I did. Save room data. Okay. And let's go in and I'm gonna make sure that it is actually saved here. So 003 Cerulean 5. So this one. This guy. Okay. I'm just making sure that it's saved and stuff. Um. Okay. And we can also do a save here. Okay. Um. Okay. So the next thing is Caves of Dragonmount. Somewhere in the kingdom, Chester Friendly Dragon lands at the entrance to the caves of Dragonmount. Chester walks around the cave system trying to find his friends. Chester then leaves and flies around looking somewhere. Hit 1 if you wish to go to Sky, and that was basically just the name of the label of the thing. I'm not really sure how I'm going to do these here. These names aren't displayed in the game. They could be, and maybe I will at some point. Maybe Maybe I'll do it like chapters or something. I don't know. But hit one if you wish to go to Sky. Okay. So okay. So that's okay, let's pull this down. Let's go to the Sky 005 Sky. Let's see something here. That's not what I want. File folder. Okay. Sky has a few things. Caves of Dragonmount only has so far just one. Actually, it's going to have more than that though because um I'm going to make some choices there and stuff. Where you're in the cave system. Um, okay, so now the Sky one, the next one is technically these are supposed to be story beats, but it seems like there's more story beats than just that, or at least the events. It's not. I guess the one story beat is him trying to search for his friends in the caves, and then the other one is searching for his friends in the sky. And so those are technically two story beats, so that's why there are two different pages here. You'll hear me say cards sometimes because I'm thinking of them like 3x5 index cards or something, whatever. Yeah, that's the other thing. Let's see if I can. Let me go ahead and play scene, and you'll only see like part. Uh-oh, why? Oh. That's interesting. I didn't think about that. Where you have the editor hint thing. I was thinking I wouldn't need the editor hint because so whenever I do something with editor selection, it's got to be in the editor, doesn't it? Oh, okay. Uh, let's just go ahead and stop. Um, where is I, and what was I using it I for? What is that? Where is that? Door data. Oh, door specs. Uh, okay. Why? Why did I comment that out? Inbound. Door specs was to create a door in editor. That's right. So that's what created. That's right, because it's in editor door. And actually can comment that out. Probably delete that. That's not a big deal. Um, like the output. That's interesting. So I will have to do the editor hint thing, I guess, because there's no editor in. That's pretty interesting. Let's reload save scene. Okay. Let's go ahead and run current scene again. It'll still be a problem. Editor map. Editor interface. This function get selected in the base editor interface. That's interesting. Selection change to editor selection. Connected. That okay, so the thing that makes me wonder is let's see. This is ready and this is in editor map. Okay. Load all rooms. Let's do something here. Let's go to output. Let's clear that. Print. Okay, so that. I'm just gonna do something. If editor selection print editor selection is not null. Let's go ahead and let's save scene. That's fine. Editor selection is not null. Okay. That's good. Selection. There's like 50 matches. Okay, editor. Okay. Editor interface. Editor interface. Say something. Editor. Okay, 8 matches. So, okay. Let's do something here. Let's go ahead and go to Grok. And we're gonna go, I'm gonna eventually start a new, okay, so new day today. I'm going to go with a separate layout tool project. I've spent too much time with these errors, and they're just really they're really just quirks of the full script system. might have to write some of my own code, but it will work better as a the proper app. No response. That's great. Are you there? No response. It probably means I need to make a new thing here. What was I gonna ask? Oh yeah. Um, no. Why does this keep doing that? I guess it's done, isn't it? Okay, fine. New chat. Let's see here. A game with 3 dots. Port of video 4.3. Currently, tool scripts be able to visual layouts in my game. Okay. Living room may generate brief setting up tool. Okay. Um. Okay. Okay. So I have stuff working, and I do have some issues with some things, but okay. I have stuff working. So let's see something here. Please only see, how do I say this? Please don't provide long, detailed LSCs of where I say when it just appears I'm making a statement. Just short responses that show you have processed what I typed. most people, when they speak, don't tend to speak more than they need to. Even in a conversation, they're invested in. So, unless I ask you to explain things, please don't offer a long, detailed explanation or answer. Please keep answers short and concise. Um, short and concise. I'll keep responses short unless you ask for details. Thanks for using for your game, Manny. uh, okay, so again, here's a few statements to get you up to speed. So I have a special scene that puts up panels and then draws lines for connections to different rooms. So it's room, and then I have a and then I have doors, which are classes that define a destination and also involve a choice string, because my game is a choose your own adventure style at the moment. Everything works as expected, and like I said, I'm using tool scripts so that I can edit rooms and see the layout visually in the editor. Please acknowledge. I'll just say that so that lines for room connection, doors, classes, destinations. Okay. Okay. So, I am also going to build a layout tool, which is a proper app. Finally back. It's been a while. You got any gameplay stuff to show off? No, afraid not. I don't know if you're I don't know if you're actually listening because you said you had me on mute, but um, I don't really have that much to show off because I was trying to. Okay, here let me pull this up for you here. So this I pretty much kind of already had done, and I was modifying the classes a little bit, kind of decoupling, kind of rearranging them, and the code's a little bit different now. And so this is pretty much the same as it was last week or something else. Here, let me do something real quick. I don't know if you have the audio on but I'm explaining on stream. I don't know. I get a little bit on stream, stream, stream on stream. Um. Anyways, so yeah, I haven't actually done that much. I was refactoring a lot of this stuff here. I got these editor room, which basically has all your visuals, has all this stuff on here. Okay, cool. So I was doing a lot of refactoring, and then I decided I was going to create a layout tool, and I wanted to create another scene. And when I create another scene, this starts airing out because I'm using these tool scripts, which basically um, runs in the editor basically. So editor map, editor room, these are tool scripts, and that means that they run in the editor. So if I have another scene in here that's not editor map, it tries to access it, and then it gives me a bunch of errors and junk. And so I decided I was going to go ahead and do a separate layout tool. So I'll be doing that. In fact, later today, after my break, I will be working on that. So, but right now, I'm getting back to um, working on the actual game proper, which is these cards. So basically, choose your own adventure right now, right? And so I'm trying to make interesting choices in between two pages, basically, or rooms or whatever you want to call them. Technically speaking, they're rooms. It's a room class because eventually they're going to be rooms like in a RPG or adventure game, right? Locations, and right now they resemble pages because basically they're pages right now. Anywho, so what I did also in the script here was I removed the editor hint stuff. And if you don't know anything about Godot, basically you tell it when to run certain code. So you can say, is editor hint, basically is editor running, then run this code. Otherwise, don't run this code. Many times an issue, then you really should start with simple, easy games like Breakout. Yeah, I don't have a problem making games. I've made games. I've finished games before. Not a ton of them. I've done tons of projects that I started, and I don't have a problem finishing a project. This is my dream game. This is a game that this is an idea that started in 2005, and that I've been trying to make work ever since I've thought it up. So, um, yeah. It's not. Um, I kind of I don't know. I'm kind of past the point of making little games, trying to learn how to do stuff, and that's not exactly an issue. I mean, yeah, money and time is an issue, but me making a bunch of small little games isn't gonna do anything for me at this point. You know, it's for if you're trying to figure out how to finish a game. If you are trying to learn how to make games in general, I can make pretty much any game I want to right now. I know how to do it, and it's not really an issue of being able to do something. It's has to do with my focus, and it has to do with I don't know. There's a bunch of different things that have to do with finishing. So I'm that's fine. That point is fine here. I'm making this game because I want to make this game and get it done. It's a 20-year-old game idea or whatever you want to say it. I started writing my notes in 2005, and I'm only now just getting to uh to actually implementing this. Anyways, okay, so there's a deal to tell it to to only fire certain things in the editor, and so here I'll show you something. When I try to run this as is, right now it's erring. It says get selection in base editor interface non-existent function. That's not actually true. it's an existing function. It doesn't exist because the when I'm running the scene, it's not in the editor. You know, this works just fine in the editor. It's there, but it's not there when I'm actually playing the scene. So, anyways, that's not important. That's just what I was working on. That's why I had Grok up here because I was trying to get it to. I was gonna ask it about something to make sure that I was correct about something, but the old um, the this is the my last conversation. See, it says no response. Whenever I try to put in text in here, no response. That's because it hit its token limit or whatever. Basically, the limit of its memory. Anyways, let's see. So I'm also going to build a layout tool, which is a proper Redot app. Um, let's see. Anything? Now, what was I? What was I going to say here? Um, I found I couldn't uh, create a new scene in the project as is because it was trying to run the tool scripts on a class that um, that on a class that didn't have anything and produced errors. These errors are just a because of the way tool scripts work. Um, but I probably got any bug creating typical tool script issue. No, I was just going to ask about the was is editor and or something like that. I don't remember now because um, where it only fires code in the editor. Um, what was the proper syntax for that again? If engine is editor hint. There we go. Yeah. No, but um, as I was intending to go ahead and run the scene concurrently with the editor modifications, um, I dropped the is editor hint check from my code, but then found out when running the scene today that it's erroring in out, uh, tearing out on me. On what was it editor interface get selection editor interface. This guy. Yeah. Okay. Uh, on let's see. Okay. On editor interface dot get selection, it's saying it doesn't exist, but I surmise this is because it's not uh, in the editor, so it doesn't exist in the runtime. Oh, you're unmuted now. Okay. Yeah. Well, I thought I was unmuted. What does that mean that you? Well, anyways, no, you responded to me, so I assumed that you unmuted me. Um, and I'm just working, so uh, I'll respond whenever you type something or whatever. It's just I'm still trying to make this work here now. Um, I was just gonna confirm something with Grok here. In fact, in my last conversation, and like I said, it hit a thing where it just utterly refused to respond, so I had to start a new conversation. But I probably don't even need to do this, but I like to confirm things, and so I tend to ask the AI's junk. I surmise this because it's not in the editor, so it doesn't exist in the runtime. Um, I was just asking. I just want see. I just wanted to confirm. If you start progressing towards simple goals, you'll slowly grow people. Oh yeah, if you just mean, I mean yeah, I, I, I guess yeah. Um, well, I think the biggest deal is making progress, and I am making progress on here. It's just really slow right now, and anyways, yeah, yeah. Um, Simple goals. You just mean like not the game itself, or you just mean within the game? I actually have individual goals that I'm going for. Maybe is that is that what you're thinking? Are you thinking no? You should make little tiny little games and you'll grow people that ways. Because I'm past the tiny little game stage right now. I think I have to make this game. I have to make it. It's gonna be rattling around in my head like forever. So I have to get it done. I'm doing it in a certain way that's way slower than what would happen on a normal game. Normal game, it would just be a full 2D point and click, and I'd just be making stuff that had to do with that. But I wanted to do this in such a way that so it helps me when I visualize certain parts of the storytelling process, the drawing, coming up with ideas and stuff that I decided to do it in this phase fashion. I tell you, man, start simple project and see that through. People will slowly start coming in. Yeah, I mean, I hear you. I'm not not listening. I'm just deciding, whether or not I'd want to do that. I don't know. I've already started this. I already have this thing. I have all these. I got all my notes. I got all the pages here that I'm have to make the choices. I've got. I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to stop a project at midstream. I've done that too many times already. So um, I'm not gonna stop doing this. So if that means I don't get anybody in here, then I guess that's what it means. I have a feeling though, as the game progresses, as I make progress towards the finished thing, that I'll start getting people. It's just going to be a lot slower than the way I want it. But okay, I just wanted to confirm that this was the case. Okay. Editor only APIs. It doesn't exist at runtime because causing the error. You run the scene without. If you remove the check to run the scene concurrently with the editor, you hit this issue outside the editor. To fix it, you can wrap it interface. Uh, um, no, I'll fix it. I just wanted to confirm this was the case. No. Uh, Thanks, I guess. I know I tend to want to say thanks and be polite to the AI, even though it's just machine program or whatever you want to call it. Because eventually they're going to be like people. They're going to be the AI is going to be in the robots, and then you're going to have to treat them like you treat people. So I decided to start now. Talk to it like you talk to a person. I still call it an it though. My dad wants to call it a he because that's how he visualizes Grok or whatever AI is using. But I tend to still call it an it. But I tend to treat it like I'm talking to a person. Uh, Not at the moment, thanks. But I will probably sometime soon, maybe even today. I'm going to start building the layout tool after my break today at 1:30 my time. Uh, this break ends at 2 my time. Sounds good. Looking forward. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. So let's just go ahead. We'll stop here. Let's just go ahead and stop that. And I'll have to go ahead and did it stop it? Good. I'll have to go ahead and wrap. Um, and then that is editor hint. And I'm going to do the thing that I do, which is put curly brackets in there as comments, just so I can. Okay, so I like the curly brackets, like in C programming, because it helps me find code blocks easier. And I don't even have it in all the source. I just have it kind of willy nilly because sometimes Grok was coming up with source code and I copy it and then I didn't change it, and so not everything has a thing here. But any case, control save. Let's see. Let's find the next interface, editor selection, selection changed. Okay, that's all right. We can do this, and we can do that, and oop. I hate that. I hate the fact that this is based off of indentation. It's just annoying to me. Uh, let's find the next one. Editor selection. On selection changed. Okay. This one, we can actually do this. If not, then return. There. That way. Let's find the next one. Okay. So that's all right. Let's go find the next one. Editor selection. All right. So let's just go ahead and we'll put that in here. And go ahead and like that. Okay. And okay. That. Let's find the next one. UIT currently selected room. Okay. And why? Oh. Wait. Okay. There we go. And then let's just go ahead and put that in there. Oh, what's not in current scope? Editor selection. on remove button pressed. Oh shoot. Okay, this is just an editor. Yeah, okay. It's gonna be the weird thing about remove. I'm gonna have a remove room button there, and it's gonna kind of act the same way. Um, editor selection. We'll do it this way, I guess. Our editor selection equals null, and then we'll do this. This out. That. Then we'll have this. Control C. Then we'll do that. That. Here we go. Okay. Okay, let's find the next one. Right. Doesn't matter. Alright. So I should be able to run the scene. At least this part won't bug out on me, I don't think. So let's try to run the scene now. Okay, good. You only see in part of this because that's where the viewport is. And that's where it is in relationship to the viewport. And it's not really a big deal right now. Because this is not the layout tool. This is the editor thing. See, this is all that's shown up because this is where the viewport is. But I'll have to actually put a camera and stuff later in when I do the layout tool. Okay, so that seems to work. Okay, so what's the next thing I need to do? Actually, the next thing I need to do is not anything at all. Now I get back to the actual game part of it. And what I want to know is why. What about the room? Where's the room? Sterling 99. Okay. Caves of Dragonmount. There we go. Okay, so I have to go from here to here, and I have to add some new things. Some of the Kingdom, Chester Friendly Dragon. Okay, so I need to go in here, and I need to add some interesting choices here for him searching around the cave for his friends, and I have to come up with. Oh yeah, that's right. I had ChatGPT come up with a process. In fact, let's pull up ChatGPT. I actually used Grok to create a prompt that gave me a process for coming up with the choices, basically interesting choices. So let's check out ChatGPT and brainstorming. That's it. So here is the checklist here. Pick a story page. Choose the next page from your list. Read it once carefully. Recall the setting, character, and present event focus. Summarize core event. Quick one sentence summary. What just happened? I don't need to. Okay, so I don't really need to summarize the core event. Actually, the core event is that Chester, a friendly dragon, lands at the dragon caves, basically, and goes inside. Um, Or I could say searches for his friends inside the cave system. Deck for the code. Does this page describe more than one event or location shipped? Split it into multiple smaller single event pages. Use one idea per page. Action, discovery, interaction. No, continue. Easiest question to spot actionable anchors for choices. What can the player do here? Who or what can the player interact with? What could the player explore or investigate? What might the player wait or observe for? What info can the player recall, ask, or decide? Choose 2 to 4 choice archetypes. Act. Take a direct action. Grab the lever, use a key. Explore, look around, go somewhere nearby. Interact, talk to, touch, or examine character object. Wait, stay. Think and recall. Avoid, commit. Draft 2 to 4 dry action choices. Keep each choice short action. Talk to the guard. Open the left door. Avoid story flavor or outcomes. Just little player input. Uh, Make sure each one leads to an existing page or a new single event page that logically follows. Double check variety. Okay, so let's go into the thing and let's kind of break this up. He lands, walks around the cave system, and then leaves. Okay. Um, I'm not sure that this needs its own card that he leaves. Um, if you wish to leave. Okay. That actually leads to this here. So he leaves at the end. Um, let's see. I'm trying to think through uh what would make this interesting enough because all he's got to do is he's looking for his friends and nobody is around. And I could actually do that in one dealy. Uh, he walks around. He lands. If you wish to, you know. And I don't know. I guess this might mean creating some more side characters. We do have Nestor, and I think Nestor is actually in a completely different location. Is what I think. Um, Actually, let me look at my thing here. Cave, drag him out. Chester Cave. Chester's own cave. Okay. Sky 3. Uh, Sky 2. Door to the Max's Mines. Sky 1. Door to Sky 2. And Sky is just the initial flying around. This goes directly to. Oh, I see. This goes directly to his cave. Okay. Chester Cave. Door to train cabin. Uh, few shiny objects. All right. Um, Let me think about this for a second. Where's door specs? Oh, right, directly to his cave. Okay, so after the giant. So, okay, there's an interesting thing here. He picks up a few shiny objects, and the idea is he's going to use that to maybe to lure his friends who now seem to be under enchantment somewhere. And I don't think I've established that. In other words, it says he gets some shiny objects, but it's like, why does he get shiny objects? You know, what's the purpose? Um, all right, let me do something else here. Let's go back here. Go to train cabin, which is 7. Lapswood. Wigs in the Forest. Cerulean 99. Which is this one with Zanzibar. So it's actually a different one. Random villages. Okay, inbound. This inbound, I stored the inbound links before in the files, and I'm not doing that anymore because I don't strictly need them. I just need them for visualization inside the editor, so I don't actually need them for in-game. This is not part of the game here. Lapswood Edge. Here we go. 11 Dwarf Mines. The reason these are grouped, even though they're different time periods, is because eventually they're actually going to be a specific location. Like the Dwarf Mines is going to be its own location, its own room, and so you'll be able to go back and forth. But with the Choose Your Own Adventure, you don't have like multi-use room. In other words, you're not going back to the room; you're going to a new page, essentially. So while it's in this form, this is the way it's set up. And when I go to make reusable rooms, I'll actually it'll be one JSON. It'll have different descriptions. It'll have different choice sets. But it will still act like a choose your own adventure. And then eventually, when I get to the point of actually introducing a parser and actually making a proper text adventure out of it, I'll actually change it again, and it will just be an entrance with objects and scripts and whatever um, that indicate how you interact with it. And it'll have like save state. It'll have a state like what objects were in there, what were taken out. What was the state when you left it. What's the state when you come back to it. That sort of thing. Night school entrance. So 12 night school entrance. 13 night school. I almost wonder if I shouldn't renumber these a little bit, uh, especially the ones that have that are supposed to be the same location. Technically, some of them aren't the same location. Like Lapswood Edge is one edge, and then there's the opposite edge, and maybe I should make them their own separate locations. But if I do that, I have to start with the number that's higher than 44. In other words, I have to start at 45 or whatever. And if I want to, I could manually renumber these. I could write a Python script to renumber them, but it might be better if if I did it manually. It'd be kind of a tedious work, but it might be something that is necessary. Okay, so night school, 14 Wizard U-Haul. Okay. 15 night school pool. 16 princess prep. 9 random villages 1. So let's go back to 9. Let's go to random villages 1. That's still Zanzibar. Villages 2. That's also Zanzibar. Villages 3. Okay, so this is random villages 3. And it doesn't have anything to do with Zanzibar. This has to do with Chester. So that should be its own separate location. Chester manages to catch up to a few of his friends in various villages to try to break them from the enchantment. And that's what the shiny objects are for. But I don't have a because I was paring it down to events, just dry events. It was like picking up gifts. Well, you probably need a motivation. I probably actually need a motivation in number 6. I need to go seeing that his friends were under enchantment, and this is not a narrative thing. This is a thing that shows intent. In other words, I don't want to put in a bunch of flowery narrative things like what was feeling or what it looked like or whatever, but I do want to provide enough information that you have a reason why he's doing something. Just picking up shiny objects doesn't mean anything. You need to tell it needs to tell him okay, this is what he does when he gets back to his cave. He thinks maybe he can use some shiny objects to break him out of the spell. Basically, all the dragons in Enchanted Lands are friendly, but they've been put under a spell, and so now they're acting like real dragons. They're burning down villages and taking damsels and that sort of thing. Typical dragon behavior. Typical fantasy dragon behavior, which is not what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be providing a fun and safe guest experience at the resort. Okay, so now let's go back to this. So he wants to go around to the. I wonder. He doesn't end up being successful breaking them of their spell. So he tries fire and he tries shiny objects, but that doesn't seem to work. So he goes and chats with his arch enemy, basically, Nestor, who's always been mean to him, and he's naturally mean, but also naturally because of this, because he's off by himself and stuff. He's not under the enchantment. He's just a mean dragon, and later on we find out why. But so he goes to check him out. So I don't know if there is a reason to go to specific rooms in here. I mean, other than what it is. And the thing is I can go through each of these pages and I can go, well, that's the thing that happens, that's the thing that happens, and there's no real interesting ideas here. There's nothing interesting. This is a thing that happens as soon as he goes in. So when we transition to the inside of the train cabin later, it's not a choice that he makes. It's not the result of the choice he makes, or I don't know if I'm saying it right. Him getting through the portal, and then when he's through the portal, then something happens, and that's later. But the next page here, the next card is where we're introduced to Chester. So there's nothing that goes between these two because they don't actually bridge together. It's just, meanwhile, another part of the realm, something happens. So, um, he obviously doesn't find his friends, and then he has to return to the sky. Now, I could just pretty much leave it as is, and then if I go to the next one, uh, like, let's go to sky. Uh, that's returning to his cave. So he returns it back to his cave, right? So it's going from the sky where he finds out that at least one of his friends is now acting like a typical dragon. Um, he realized he needs to find they must be enchanted and he needs to find a way of breaking the spell. And I'll probably figure out a way to do that here next. But so I need to get him from here from the caves to the sky. And I don't mean that in the way of transporting him or where he's going to go. In other words, he's going to leave the caves and then he's going to go in the sky to do some more searching. So, but I still need some interesting choices. I need some interactivity basically. So he's got to go in, and I've got to have 3 or 4 locations underneath in the cave system. Maybe 3 of his friends are there. So maybe I can somehow introduce that. Maybe I'll modify the thing about getting some shiny objects from his own cave, and instead make it to where he gets the shiny objects from each of their caves, so that thinking that they'll be able to. Not a bad idea. But first, I have to establish what their caves are like, what their each of their own caves are like. So that means I have to kind of come up with some. Okay, I have to actually come up with some non-player characters now, which is, I mean, it's not. I've come up with so many characters that it's not a problem in a way, but in another way, I have to think of something off the top of my head. I have to say, well, okay, so this is this one, and this is this one, and this person likes this, and yeah, actually, in fact, this can be a kind of a puzzle situation too. Whereas maybe he still does get shiny objects from his own cave, but what it is it's based on the kinds of stuff that they like. In which case, I have to set it up here. So I have to come up with 3 of his friends, maybe 2 male dragons and a female dragon, which is a friend also, and they each have to have their own personality, which means I have to figure out a personality. So, um, so maybe what I should do is I should go ahead and um, create 3 different extra rooms. 2, 3. So, okay. So this is called Caves of Dragonmount. So then this one. Okay. Let's zoom in here a little bit. New location. Let's call this here, let's go over to Caves of Dragonmount. Let's copy this. Copy. Let's go to new location. Let's call the ID the same thing, except for let's suffix it with a 1. Enter. Okay. And then let's go to new location 1. Same thing here. Paste. We suffix it with a 2. And then let's go to here and let's paste this. Suffix it with a 3. Do that. It's almost time for my break, and I haven't actually made any real progress today. But I mean, that's the way that goes, right? Okay. So the question is, okay, we want to make it still feel like it's a choice. He's going to leave. Okay, so what I need here is I need several different pages here because there's no loop loops and right at this point there's no reuse. That means I have to do the same thing that I did with the choice system above. In other words, um, now each one had a common deal. They all three the final choice was choosing John, and there was two other different deals. But here's three different friends rooms that he's got to go to, and then they all go to Sky or whatever. They go to leaving. Um, so um, in order to allow you to do it in any order, if you go to one, that means from here you can go to two and three, to two or three, and both two. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do it that way. It's a bunch of extra pages, is what it is for what's essentially a duplication. So keeping the choices, um, they all need to eventually go to Sky, and so so if you go, okay, so it makes things extra complicated, which I'm not sure if I want to do that or not. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and save it. There's nothing here, obviously, but I am saving these Caves of Dragon Mount 1, 2, and 3 here. Um, because what it means is here. Let's put these. Let's move these over here. 2, 3. Now I can't link these to each other because I decided I wasn't going to do that, which kind of makes this a little tricky, maybe. I could do it the way I did, choosing an apprentice or choosing a helper, because there ultimately was going to go with John, and then there's only two other people to choose from. So I might have to set this up like that, or else it's going to become like really unwieldy. So okay, so here's the scenario, right? If you go to one, you're not going to automatically go to two. You're actually going to go to what the second one is, but it's going to be down here. So two is going to be down here, um, and so you'll have two choices. You can either go to two or three from here, right? Now, if you go to two, presumably you already went through one here, so you don't have to go through that again. Uh, okay, so then I guess the only choice then is three. Let's see if that works right. Two and three, so boop and boop, right? They have two and three, and then but then this one can go to three, and this one can go to two. So it's one, two, three, or one, three, two. But then when you have two in here, then now it's two, one, three, like so. But then it would be two, one, three, or two, three, one. And then the same thing with three, and you do that same thing with three. So three would be three, one, and two. Okay, and then it'd be three, one, two down there, and then it'd be three, two, one, like that. Now, if Now that means it would be pretty wide, and that means it's a lot of extra pages, and it sort of grows kind of exponentially, I guess. I don't know if exponential is the right word, but interesting. I might end up asking Grok about that because this is sort of the way I did up here. Okay, let's go all the way up to this one, right? Okay, so crystal ball. Okay, okay, so this is John. So all roads lead to John because John is the one that he ultimately ends up picking. So here, what is if you go straight to John, he picks him, and that's it. You pick the right one. If you end up picking uh, if you end up picking Daniel here, one of the characters, NPC or whatever, then it's going to go to either John or it's going to go to Harry, right? So either John or Harry, and if you pick Harry, then it's going to go to John. So if you pick John, obviously you go to John, and that's done. Here, if you go over and pick Harry first, then you can choose John from Harry, or you can choose Daniel from Harry, and then then you can go to John from here. So you see the way that this is, uh, this kind of the way that they all go to the deal. Um, if I did it the other way, where they don't all go to the one thing, they all go to it at the end, then what I'm gonna have is I don't know. I guess it won't be that bad. Might be similar, but there'd be a difference here, and that is I need two more here, and then each one would actually have one, and each one would have one, which would be the opposite, and then they both go back. I guess I could do that. I mean, it means two. It means six here, six more cards, six more rooms, and then each of those have it'd be another six more because each one would just be leading to one. They won't be leading to two, so it won't be complex as far as that goes. It'll be plenty of extra pages. If I do it like above, I could actually kind of fake it to where the last one, number three, is the one that you choose last, and then it would look more like a layout like above. So it'd be less cards or less pages, uh, and it would resemble what it resembled above there. But instead of just picking John, it just means that the last one is still the same last one. So you pick, but then also that it doesn't really work well because that means you're only picking one friend to go visit because if they all go to the same one, then you don't get the benefit of looking at the other ones. So the idea is to go through all of uh, to go through each of the rooms through the course of your looking. So I guess I still have to do it this way. I have to have six, and then I have to have another six. So I have to actually have 12 extra rooms, extra pages. That's a lot of pages. I mean, technically, that's not a problem, I guess. Hmm. I get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10, 11, 12, 13, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. That's a lot of work. All right, maybe I'll just go ahead and do it, right? Um, let's see. Hey, Rook. Welcome to the stream. And as usual, I'm about ready to go on break. I got like 3 minutes to go on break. But so I'm going to go ahead and make like like 12 more pages essentially. That's I guess that's what you kind of get without actually having loops. I don't actually have loops in this, so it just means I have the more choices I have, the more pages I have to make. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and space these out like I want to here. So just go ahead and here. We're going to do this, this, and actually, gotta space these out a good ways, just because of what's going on here. Okay, so let's go ahead and put 9 over here and 8 and put 7 and 6. So, all right. I know I realize it's a lot of pages here, but I have to do this, or I have to figure out a different way of doing it. Okay, so the reason there's no loops is because the lines will actually draw over the top and will actually like be going like up into here and intersecting and interacting. That's partly what I'm gonna redo the visualizations in the layout tool. So I decided I would go ahead and just not worry about um, the fact that uh, not worry about the fact that I have to make like a ton of duplicate pages, and that's a lot of pages. It's almost ridiculous amount of pages here, but that's kind of the way it goes, I guess. Mm. All right, that's about okay. Here, we're gonna. All right, that's probably okay. That's interesting. Interesting, but not that important. Okay. So now it's 1:30, and okay, I'm gonna leave this like it is, and I'm going to go on my break, and I will see you guys in about 30 minutes. And I am going to go ahead and mute my mic. Okay, I am back, and apologies for taking too long. The couple guys that are in here, uh, assuming you're still in here. Uh, Anywho, now before working on that layout tool thing, uh, I'm going to go ahead and finish these off. I'm at 1, 2, and 3, and we're just gonna, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, 9, that sort of thing. So let's just go ahead and we're gonna edit these. V 4. 5. 6. Oh, 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. Alrighty. Okay, so um, let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and save it. Save room data. That just means. Wait a second. Oh, oh. Shoot. Okay, let's fix this a little bit. We can do that. This would be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So, let's go ahead and put this as 15. It says 14. This is 13. There we go. 12. 11. 10. I don't think I want to do it that way. Reload save scene. Okay, that's all right. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna do this again. We're gonna do the same way, but I'm gonna save it. I need to save it more often because some of these are renamed the same, and so I want to make sure that they get renamed properly, because what happens is that they're deleted and then they're recreated, and they're recreated with a new name. So in order to not teen, okay, and okay, 15, 14, no, 15, that, save room data, okay. Now, then this is going to be 13, 15, and this one's going to be 12, so, and then we're going to resave it, and this one's going to be 11 and 10. See, now there's no 11 and 10, so there's no conflict. 11 and 10. And we're going to save that. Okay. 11, 10, 9, and 8. So this one's going to be 9. This one's going to be 8. Be 8. That. And save room data. Now, if I'm right, I go into rooms. And there we go. Drag them out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's a lot of pages. And a lot of them are going to be duplicated. Of course, the good part about having this way is I can modify the text to not be exactly the same as the same room, the other side. Although it almost should be the same because it's supposed to be the same location, but we can make it a little nuanced, just as long as it's not different in setup. In other words, if I said there's a large hill of gold coins in the back, but then I said in the other one I said there's a large pool of diamonds in the back, that wouldn't be congruent because that's two different kind of descriptions. So they would still have to have a mountain in the back, but I could flavor it a little bit differently, so it feels a little different. That is, if you were able to go through it and you went through it the next time, even though the stuff would be there, the correct stuff in the correct places and stuff, it read a little different. You'd be kind of like, your mind would be like, oh, you know. Okay, so 6 goes to 12, 7 goes to 13, 8 goes to 14, 9 goes to 15. Okay. 4 goes to 10, 5 goes to 11, 6 goes to 12, 7 goes to 13, 8 goes to 14, and 9 goes to 15. Right. Okay. So then I can do the door specs and then save it again. So let's go ahead and copy. Let's go copy an existing door specs here. Let's go into door specs. Let's copy. Actually, this is not. Wait a second. Caves. Wait. Caves of Dragon Mount. Oh. This one. Caves of Dragon Mount. No. This one. Cerulean. The reason I'm doing this is because it's gonna Caves of Dragon Mount is going to be the uh, correct choice, and I can just copy it directly. Then I can put a number behind it. Copy. Oh, and I can go here. 1, 4, and 5, 10, 11. Okay. I could have just made this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I could still do it that ways because it's just the doors and it's just the configuration of where it's at. So the order, in a sense, doesn't matter as much, and I don't even have to actually change the. I don't have to change the names of these. There's this. It's still the same numbers. It's just in a different order, which means a different door configuration. So, would that make more sense? I mean, would it seem to make more sense to do it that ways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 6, and 11. Or should I just leave it like this? It almost, I guess it kind of doesn't matter, really. Um, it doesn't matter. I'll just do it like I do it. Okay. Uh, we're into that. So let's go to the door specs. Let's put the first door spec, paste, and let's make that 4. 4, and we'll do it here. Will be. We'll make that choice 2. And even though the choices are numbers because it corresponds to the number keys, they're actually strings. So later when I do a parser based, I'll be choosing a word or a phrase or something. And 5, right? Okay. And then actually we can just save it. We'll save it. There you go. And then let's go to 4, and it's just going to have one choice, which is going to lead to 10. Paste. And that's 10. Sure. And this one is going to be 11. So the room data, see, that's working all right. Funny thing is, these are all going to go to, 6 of them. These are all going to go to from Caves of Dragon Mount to Sky. All right, so let's go ahead and put. Let's go here. We're going to put 6 and 7 now. Paste. Paste. This one is 2. This one is 6. This one is 7, and then let's go into 6. Go ahead and we're making this 12. That. And we're going to go to 7 and make that 13. That. 15. Yeah, let's say room data. Good. I see these are a little bit closer together. I mean, that's okay, whatever. Doesn't really matter that much. Okay. Here, we can bring these down a little bit. Make them a little bit squatter. Okay. Then we go the same thing over here. And we go to door specs and we go to paste, paste, and this goes to 8 and 9. This one's 8. This one is 9. And this is also a choice of 2. So. And then here we're going to go to paste and we're going to make this 14. So I go over here and we're going to paste. We're going to make that 15. So, and we're going to say room data. Awesome. Okay, so here's the deal, right? Here's sky. Here's Caves of Dragonmount. But instead of going to just sky, it's going to go through 3 different places. So let's go ahead and go to door specs. And actually, let's do one thing here first. That is copy. And let's go ahead and we'll just do this one. Door specs. Go ahead and put paste sky and enter, and we'll save the data. Yeah, I know what it's doing here. Okay. Actually, let's go to all these here. Let's go to paste here. And also, when I make doors in the layout tool, they should pretty much connect up. In fact, I might even do a thing where you can draw it where you can connect up nodes. I might do a node-based system. A standard like you would find in a Blender or something, where you have these nodes, these dots that already exist, empty dots. In this case, there's up to 9 choices you can make. So it should have 9 dots. Or they're already there and they're just they're not colored in, they're gray until you like connect them, and so you'd be able to connect the two things together. I might do it like that. We'll see. Um, Now this guy here, we are going to go ahead here and instead of to okay, let's go to this, copy. Let's go in here. 2, 3. So paste, paste, paste. So this will be 1, 2, and this one will be 3. And this would be choices 1, 2, and 3. 3. And let's go ahead and say room data, see what happens. There we go. And let's save it again, more time. And let's go ahead and do a reload because there's a thing about the way I have them updated. Somehow they don't really update properly. If I reload it, it'll reload it correctly though. So reload save scene. If you look down here, see now the things are in they're kind of their proper. Why? What's the? Wait a second. Where's that overlap? What's that about? Okay, let's check in and see what new locations because I evidently that's correct. New location 10, 11. See, that's what kind of what I was talking about. 10 and 11. Let's go down to the meta files. 10, 11, delete. And then let's go ahead and come in here and reload scene, reload save scene. Okay. All right, nothing in there, right? Good, 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 good. Okay, check that out. That's crazy. Anyways, I'm gonna do a thing where the way it reroutes and stuff, it actually moves the line to. I was also thinking of a thing about where they have the same connection. If there's the same connection, like a loop, I'd have it like do like a reroute. Um, I'd have to do something like it would only have like one line instead of 2 lines if I was doing loops. I don't know. Actually have to consider what I want to do as far as the layout tool goes. Because I could put the lines anywhere and they could link the two different deals. Um, but that would mean that um, you could have only 9 connections total. So you wouldn't have 9 inbound and 9 outbound connections. You'd have just 9 connections, period. And so they'd have to share, which I don't know. It might not be a bad idea to do that. But yeah, that's kind of what you do with like a two-way door, anyways. So you'd have the option to go one or the other, but that would kind of limit your choices, how many choices you have. So I might would do it like this. Anyways, check it out. Now it looks like a Christmas tree almost. Ooh wee! Check a look at that. Awesome, huh? Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Thanks for welcoming me back, Rook. And okay, I guess today what I was going to do was I was going to decide to okay. Obviously, you have to zoom in to be able to see some of it. Uh, but that's kind of okay. Okay. Actually, what might be interesting to do, although it would take a lot of work, I think. I almost wouldn't be able to do it. Is is the more you zoom in, the more of the text that is shown. It would probably mean like a resizing of the because because this is scaling up, right? So the font is scaling up with it. But instead you would actually downsize the bigger you go, you'd continually shrink the text to where it remained the same size as it was. And so the further back you go, the it's kind of funny too because I can read it. We can probably go to about 50%, right? You can still see everything at 50%, even though it's a little blurry in some places. But in any case, what you do is you zoom out, and the more you zoom out, the text would still stay the same, but the how many letters actually were on display would actually shrink down, so that eventually you wouldn't be able to tell it. But none of this would be blurry. None of this lines would be gone. It would be all visible, perfectly visible. It would just be however much is revealed. I don't know how complicated that would be though. That means you shrink the text. The closer you zoom in, the more you shrink the text, so that the text stays the relatively same size. And the more you zoomed in, you'd have to keep blowing up the text. Okay, let's save it. Let's make sure it's saved. Okay, awesome. Now there's even more stupid rooms here. Dumb rooms, stupid rooms. All right. So I'll have this changed to 3 different deals. Yeah, if I do it the certain way I was talking about in the layout, then each there'd be a color assigned to each deal, and it would also do the linkage depending on the closest you were to that. Honestly, if I figured out how to do um, the pathing, where like if you had the parent, it like this would be the child, but then this is also the parent of this. So it would go down there, it would come out here, then it would go back up to the top to create a loop. And with the loop, it makes more sense then because then you can have less. You can actually have less rooms. Yeah. See that? Okay, so this here's the thing, right? So if I decide I wanted to do that, where it would allow you to loop because of the way it's being drawn, so that way this would all it would collapse these basically. Um, it means I'd have to redo all the existing rooms, right? If I spent the time to fix that to make the layout tool work now, I wouldn't be working on the game then. If I work on the game concurrently, I'd have a bunch of extra deals and I have to recollapse them once I have the ability to uncollapse them. Still, it might not be a bad idea to do it. Anyways, let's do the whole layout tool thing because that's what I was going to do for the rest of the day. Anyways, okay, so right now we didn't really get much done here um, as far as the pages in here. I just made the languages. I just made the blank pages, and they're not really providing info. But really, what it is there's going to be three friends. One of them is going to be female. The other two is going to be male friends, and there'll be dragons, and they'll uh, they'll each have in their room. They'll have something. I'll make a thing where they like a certain thing. Like maybe I can just do it kind of generic. Like one likes gold more than jewels. The other one likes jewels. Another one likes metal. Maybe he collects like armor or something. You know, you might almost think that there's tons of people that went to slay the dragon, and the dragon got the better of them, which means there'd be a lot of skeletons and a lot of armor, used up armor that's just kind of laying there. In this case, it wouldn't be that because they wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't be killing people and stuff in this story. But you could have one that has a room that nothing but pieces of armor. Maybe there could be a little bit of a joke that goes along to it too, where the people that visit are so scared that they actually leave their armor there, and they leave without their armor or something. Anyways, um, all right. So so the next thing I want to do is I want to create the. All right, here I want to do this. Um, Updated editor code a little bit and added 15 new rooms. Commit. Push origin. Now I'm going to close that. I'm going to go in here and I'm actually going to select all the JSON files. No, let's select, I guess let's select all of them. Select all the files, including the metas. Okay. So all of them. Copy. Let's go over here. Let's go to the backup. Let's go ahead and no, well, these haven't really changed that much, or have they? These still have the inbounds in them. You know what? I'm gonna do a added backup here. So I'm gonna take cut. Let's go into here. I think is where I put it. Let's go ahead and put paste. Let's rename to backup 3. So rooms, copy, paste, rename, backup. So, okay, so now it accurately reflects. I gotta go back in here though and uh, rooms backup. Let's say rooms backup, and we'll push it, push it, and push it. Okay, now let's close the scan, and let's do the thing. You know the thing. Okay, so here's the deal. Do I want a full, complete copy? Yeah, maybe I'll leave it. I'll leave it as a full, complete copy, I think. I think that's what I'll do. Okay. Okay, let's go to projects. Oh, interesting. I had a backup here. That's okay though. Copy, paste, rename. What do I want to rename it? It's phase 1, but it's let's say phase 1 LT like that for layout tool. And we'll go into here, we'll take the get part out, we'll delete that. Okay. And Let's see something here. LT. Okay. So this is what we're gonna do here. Wait, do I want to actually let's close this. Save and close, that's fine. And what we're gonna do here is we are going to am I rerunning it? Rerun it. And where's the thing to scan here? We got projects. Okay, folder. Um, can I? Why don't I? Let's see something here. Why don't I do something here? Let's open that. Okay, let's go into here. Let's close this. Create a new folder. Let's call this I don't know if I say backup or just older older projects. Okay, fine, older projects then. Okay, so let's move backup and let's move these into older projects. Now, let's go ahead and rerun this. And let's go ahead and scan. And let's go ahead and scan this, the current folder. Oh, I wanted to exclude. Remove missing. I did that so it would exclude those. All right, let me do a test here. Copy, paste. Okay, so let's just do, okay, we'll leave it like that. We'll do a scan. Current folder. Okay, so copy should be in here. 5. Okay, this one's the copy, right? Send that out a little bit. Copy, okay. Let's go ahead and remove it. Move. Refresh. Okay, delete. Okay, so let's go ahead and we're going to assume that remove. Yes. Okay. This is from LT. Um, uh, I need something that makes sure that I know it's correct. Um, Here, delete, let's delete these. I'm not sure if this would make it a problem, but I'm assuming those are Git related. And so, this is the layout tools that I'm not putting into Git just yet. So, um, let's create new document. Um, phase one layout tool, version. Doesn't really matter. This is the layout tool version of Enchanted Lands phase one. Okay, we'll save it. Now, I don't care here, other than the fact that it should actually show up in here. Let's wait, let's do something here. Oh, actually, let's go into the file here. Rename txt. Okay, that's in the main folder, and that's what we got here. It's actually not the version of the layout tool, it's the layout tool version of Enchanted Lands. Okay, actually, let's rename that. Rename layout tool. That's good. And I just wanted to make sure that I knew it was that, and now I can go into project settings, and it's called Enchanted Lands Phase 1. Layout tool edition. Do it like that, and we'll close it, and we'll say Control S. Layout tool edition. And actually, let's test that out here. Let's close that. Let's go ahead and reopen. Let's reopen it. Layout tool edition. There we go. And hopefully 3:30 is when I'm supposed to quit. You know, I know I took an extra long break, but I'll probably still try to quit it at then. So, script close, close. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We are going to rename a few things here. And now room, okay, so room manager, everything here is going to be the same, but we're not going to have editor map, editor room, or editor door. We're going to have layout. So I'm going to go here to editormap.gd. Let's call this right now it's going to be tool script. Eventually it's not going to be a tool script anymore because I'm going to have all the same functionality in the tool. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and rename. Go ahead and rename it layout tool. Well, okay. Layout tool. Layout tool class. Go with layout tool. Oops. So let's go ahead and rename. Layout tool. Rename this layout tool. So the scene. Let's go into scenes. Let's call this rename layout tool. T scene. Everything still looks fine? It still looks fine, right? Okay. Layout. Let's go ahead and run the scene. I want to see if it errors. And apparently doesn't error, right? No errors. Okay. Okay. let's rename editor door and editor room to layout door. I call this layout door. And rename layout. Layout room, layout door, layout tool. And we're gonna do the same thing with it. Let's layout room. Okay, that's all right. Forgot I still had some of my copy left. Okay. So we did change the names of everything. Except for now, I need to find. Okay, let's do a find in files, search, find in files, editor, door. Actually, see something here. Search. You can do a replace in files, editor, door, to layout, door. Replace. Um, replace all. Cancel. Um, let's do some. I don't know why it said there's a newer some sort of newer deal or something, which I don't get it. I just was doing replace. Failed to load. Parse error. Yes, I get it. Okay, let's do this again. Find the files. No. Edit. Search. Replace in files. Editor. Editor. Door. Replace with layout door. Replace. What? Oh. Okay. Okay, let's do another replace some files then. Editor room with layout room place. I don't get why it says that. Is it because it already did it, or is it because? Do we have still finding files? Okay, finding files. Layout. Okay, so somehow it already did it when I hit replace, I guess. And it says newer because you because I already replaced them, I guess. Okay, so then let's go ahead and close that and let's do a final cold restart. And let's see what we got here. Layout tool edition. Okay, here is where we get into some weirdness. And that is, let's go to layout room. Create doors from specs. That's okay. We set up visuals, separator, label, resize, resize panel. That's fine. Font and everything. That's fine. Here's the deal. Door visuals. Okay, we're gonna remove it. We're gonna remove update door visuals. Update inbound visuals. Update door lines. Gonna delete. And I guess process, so we're deleting that. Update door visuals. Check it out. We no longer have those visuals. Now we just have the, and that's fine, because we are going to do this differently. Okay. So visuals just sets up the thing here. Okay. Door. Add a tool. If I ran it, shouldn't it error somewhere? Yes, it should. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Door lines. Independence. And let's just go ahead and delete the process function because we don't need it right now. Yeah, we'll just leave that. Okay. Problem. Okay. Search. Find the files. Door lines. Okay. Actually, find the files. Door visuals. Door lines. Refresh. Set visuals, set up visuals. All right. I think I got them all. I think I got it all. Uh, find in files. Find. Current lines, max lines, 5 lines. Nothing about door lines, that's fine. Alright, so we should have kind of a blank slate. This I can kind of use as a template here. Start position, end position, default color, width, and the node 2D draw line. So you can essentially just draw anywhere, I guess. I guess it's based on the origin of the node though. Set line. Q redraw. Start position. Class name custom line 2D. Draw. Q redraw. Okay. Set line. I don't know that I need this part, the property list thing. I'm gonna go ahead and just leave this here. So draw line is pretty simple. And when we implement pathing, we're gonna have an array. It'll be an array of line segments with start and end position. I'm not sure how I always do it, honestly. But I want to make sure that all the lines draw. So we'll have an array of paths, and it'll be path drawing essentially, and then each path is essentially a line segment. Anywho, let's do the one final thing here of the GitHub thing. Let's make it a GitHub repository on its own. Let's go ahead and open up GitHub. Okay, let's just go ahead and commit it. Let's push origin. Repository. I think it's add local. Choose. And let's go into dev stuff. Redot projects. Map tool. Select. Add repository. Cancel. Okay, file, new repository. Enchanted. And cancel. Okay. Let me go into, I don't know, I could do Grok or ChatGPT. Um, how do I turn local folder into a repository using GitHub? Oh, file, add local repository, select your folder. If the folder isn't a Git, you'll see a prompt that does not appear to be. Would you like to create a repository? Create. And dialog and show the name matches your folder's name, local path as parent directory. Initialize the product was readme optional. Click create repository. Okay. Let's do that. Add local repository. Choose. Like I was doing. Dev stuff. We got projects. LT. Select. Add repository. Cool. Okay. Call path. Layout. Full version of the of Enchanted. Okay. License. We're gonna do MIT. Apache might be good too. I don't know, but create repository. Uh, publish. Publish. We'll go to GitHub and we'll see if I'm up, if it's up there. Um, okay. Let's go to. Okay. LT. Mm-hmm. Okay. Good. I like the MIT license. All right. Read me. Uh, let's see. full enchanted project, but with layout with a proper layout tool. That's really all I'm gonna do here. It's not really much of readme, but yeah, not much of a readme there, but that's okay. It doesn't really need to be much, anyways, does it? Okay. Uh, good, thanks. That works. Okay. All right, so it's 3:43. Okay, and I guess I did get some stuff done today, right? So I actually made some progress. Uh, in a way, I didn't make that much progress, but another way I kind of did. Okay, so let me do my little recording here, and then we'll finish up the stream here. So today is Tuesday, June 24th, 2025, and today what I got done today was uh let's see here. Let's okay, so I created a layout tool version of the project, of the Enchanted Lens project. What that means is I removed all traces of the lines, the door visuals, the inbound visuals, those little squares and stuff. Uh, I kept this custom line 2D because I'm going to be using something like it when I actually add the new visuals. In fact, they're all going to be, instead of individual custom line 2D nodes, they're going to be, it's going to be a single node with a bunch of lines being able to be drawn on it. And so this is the result. See, if you notice here, it's just all we have here is the room description boxes, the panels basically. Okay, and you can see down here I have a couple of extra boxes here, and what we'll do is I'll show you what else I did. So let's go ahead and um, close this right now, and let's go ahead and reopen. If you notice here, this is layout tool version and phase one, which is the original with the editor map, which I'm going to be using to edit the rooms. So if you notice here, now there's nothing to this right now. So this is the Caves of Dragon Mount, and it links to the Sky. The next one would have been the Sky deal. But instead, I got all of these Caves of Dragon Mount because Chester is going to explore his friend's caves, and these are all the deals for it. And like I said before, because I don't have the capacity, or I have the capacity, I could actually make it a loop and it works fine. But it kind of messes up on the display here. It means these lines like cross over into the boxes and stuff, and it's kind of ugly looking. And I'll fix it. I'll with the layout tool, I'll change it a little bit. But if you notice, there's nothing in here yet. That's because I haven't did it yet. And so there's three caves that he'll visit, not including his own. Which I don't know. I could have put that in there maybe, but it's gonna probably be make it pretty complicated. So there's each choice. So it's one and then the other two friends and then swapped. So um, so 8 goes to 14 and 9 goes to 15, and then it's essentially these are essentially the same caves. Anyways, there's nothing in there yet, but this is what I added to that. So basically, that's what I got done for today. And that's actually pretty long, but whatever. I'll edit it, I guess. Um, Okay, so I guess that about does it. So thanks, Rook, for popping in. Thanks, Lunatic Edit, for popping in. If I don't know if you're still here, but thanks for that. And I'll see everyone tomorrow, where we'll continue adding the contents to these rooms, and then more to the layout tool. So I have to do some design stuff. I have to figure out how I want the lines to go, and how I want them to work. Maybe to allow loops and to be able to do pathing. So we might have a this over here, and this leads to that. So all of these would have to come down, up, down, and back up to actually go to it. It would actually have to go and then go back over to the top. But yeah, so everything should work, and we'll see about what's going to go on tomorrow. So thanks. Thank you for watching.